called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grass to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hope all is well. Everything is going very okay. It's been a bit of a rough day. I don't want to go into details, but it has been very trying in a variety of different ways. Existentially No, we're worse than that. I again don't want to go into details. But basically, I as I was going live, I got news that I had to go do some things off camera to make sure like my apartment doesn't get like nastiness in it. You okay? You had a late start? No, I'm not doing okay. Yeah, I'm starting at 11:30 in the evening. Not doing great. Yeah, today was like a marathon of jumping through difficult tasks. We are all here for it. I mean, I appreciate that. Also, hello, Nindreen. I think it's now Riverboat Jack had a longer stream intro instead of Vosh. It's true. It's true. Honestly, I do apologize. If I had known I had to go drop everything and go do that stuff, I wouldn't have started stream. But I found, chores basically. No, they were medically necessary tasks. I don't want to elaborate on it. Stop guessing. Would you like a hug or a blunt, perhaps? I'd take a blunt. Your apartment was overrun by murderous seagulls, aka the birds. Yeah, but weirdly, only birds brought into my apartment were affected. Did you see that a Haitian group filed charges against Vance? I did, and it made me chuckle, but also, like, I don't think that'll go anywhere. Do you have any gummies? Oh, I do. I do. Hello! Sometimes in your apartment cuts off the signal to the home computer. What? What? Life in general is great for me right now, Anthony Schuler. It was just like a set of unique challenges for today. Cannabo Brex, thank you. You're doing the Lord's work over there. Did JD Vance get his dick stuck in your couch again? I don't like the implication that JD Vance is ever setting foot in my home. uh Yeah, Cards Against Humanity is suing Elon Musk for $15 million. Honestly, Godspeed those scallywags. What's on the docket tonight? Well, I thought we would continue with our Project 2025 training videos. We haven't actually finished them, and I would like to get them all like put up
counts
for
and activities consistent with the law. The
there we go. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, 11 videos, I guess, total. Hello, chat. What was the song? The first song was Gangplank Galleon, remixed with Megalovania. Second one was one of the Kirby DDD songs, remixed with Megalovania, and the third one was Couchfucker. Your op-ed is up? Nice. Hell yeah, Lady Raincloud. Yeah, we gotta finish your 2025 training so you can take your role in the great Trump empire. Grigory Rasputin. I know not any Grigory Rasputin. I only know Grigor Russian, sponsor of the show. We had a poll out of Florida today. Trump only up 1%. Oh, Dragonfly, that makes me like not trust the polling. There's no way. Oh yeah, my girlfriend had watched Too Many Cooks years ago and just forgot what it was called. Hey, verisimilitude. Grigor Russian is my favorite Texan of the yeehaw. Very Knifey Duck, thank you for watching 5 streams in a row. Why would Trump be up 1 point in Florida? Weren't criminal charges brought against Trump and Mance today? Yeah, but like, okay, add it to the list of things. Like, none of these are going to court by the time the election rolls around. I farm donos? Trains and bullshit? I didn't know you plied the trade. I didn't know you were a humble dono farmer. Tilling the land. You missed Mr. Anderson's gifted subs at the very start of stream? What? Mr. Anderson with the 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. My God. I'm so sorry I was away so long. God damn. I hope Mr. Anderson is still around. Since this is a boat-themed community, does that make you the captain of the ship and we are the crew? Yep. Or the gang. The riverboat gang. Organic free-range donos? Hey, Scoyotolo. Well, GamerG, I take my business model from the democratically owned and operated pirating ships, pirating vessels of the Caribbean circa the 16 and 1700s. The original democratic worker co-ops.
Buy yourself a few bushels of dono wheat.
Trains and bullshit. Thank you for the $5 dono. I will need to purchase some of that dono wheat for the dono winter. Scoyotolo, thank you for the 110 biddies. I appreciate it. So I play a recurring Cyberpunk 2020 character called Boris from Vermont, who spoke in a thick Vermont accent and had a giant, definitely not Neo-Soviet cybernetic arm. Nice. I like that. Must have been a good dono crop this year. Strong harvest. Okay, but you're not wrong about pirates being democratically, basically democratic co-ops. It's true. It's why I made the joke / historical reference.
A moth graduated today.
Ear Ascended Kitten, thank you for the $5 dono and for taking such good care of those moths. Cannabo Brex.
It's officially my birthday. Yay, take my money. Boo boo boo.
Oh man, the boo boo boo. The Dono Ghost. Also Cannabo Brex. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Cannabo Brex. Happy birthday to you. And many more. There we go. Happy birthday. Feels birthday, man, doesn't it?
Oh beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of donos. BWA.
Very knifey duck, thank you for the $5 dono. OMG, Cannibal Brex and that moth have the same birthday.
Farming birthdays is also known as F-ucking. Farming facts to educate.
Why are farming birthdays known as fucking? Or F-ucking? I don't know if that was a spelling error or not. Trains of bullshit, thank you for the $5 dono. Scoyotolo, that's wonderful. Can't have birthdays without fucking? True. Well, Greaves Underground, if you come back on your birthday, I'll also sing you happy birthday. On your birthday. Did my weightlifts tonight? I need to do more? Well, GamerG, hell yeah. Get it, girl? True, Sophie. That's why the best and most based pirate was the Pirate Queen of China. What was her name?
Did you hear about the farmer who was outstanding in his field?
God
He got
damn
a
it.
sunburn.
God damn it,
Bazinga.
very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. Zheng Yi Sao. I believe was her name. Yeah. Zheng Yi Sao, like, rose up, consolidated the pirate fleets under her rule, and, like, was able to even challenge, like, the naval powers of China. And also made it formally a crime to, like, do rapes. Anyone who was caught doing that by their pirate brethren was to be immediately executed. You know, and back in those days, that was pretty progressive, not gonna lie. Yeah, she was actually the first girl boss. True, Sophie. True. I have infinite dad jokes. You're very powerful, very knifey duck. Taika Waititi seems really fascinated by her. I mean, like, she's a fascinating historical figure, for sure. They should make an Assassin's Creed about her. They should just make a biopic about her. Just make, you know, you don't need to make an Assassin's Creed about her. Just do I don't know. I thought Joan of Arc was the first girl boss. Well, also, Joan of Arc would have been long after, no, never mind. I don't know, I prefer my girl bosses, not burned at the stake. What about a movie? Can they do a movie? Yeah, biopic. Oh, I should let you guys know. Tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time, at noon Central Time, I'll be doing a duo stream with Neko Surus, or Surus, or Surus Skeptic, however you want to say his name. We'll be going over some really fun videos together. It'll be a good show. We'll be doing it again noon tomorrow Central Time. So I'm definitely here for that. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. That's in 12 hours? Yeah, I've been real fucking stressed. Try to get all the things together today. It's been a nightmare. I wanted to play Frostpunk 2, but, you know, we gotta... unfortunately, we don't have time for Frostpunk 2. All we have time for is content. For how long? I mean, we'll probably be going for, like, 3 hours at least. All right. Hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. We're diving in. Folks, I'm hitting the content button. Beep. So, we have returned once again to the land of Project 2025 private training videos that were leaked and published by ProPublica. So we have actually been watching, we're halfway through now.
Female leaders of armies were exceedingly rare in the time of Joan of Arc, whose service was extremely well done.
It's true. Some would argue that a young teenage girl probably deserved better than to become a military commander while making decisions and suffering from like visions of deities. I just you know I feel like she deserved better. Her life was very miserable and short. Also, very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. And oh, I just got it. I just got that joke took too long to hit my brain. That's how out of it I am today. It took like a full minute for that joke to hit me. God damn it. Ah, Jesus. Okay. Anyway. Hey folks, we're talking about Project 2025. We're halfway through. Let's go. The next one we have is the Appointee Survival Guide. This one might be really difficult to get through. It's one of the longer videos in the playlist. So, yeah. Raise your mental shields. Defenses. Defense position. Switch to defense mode. Here we go. And remember, as always, these videos are intended to train fascist bureaucrats into how to dismantle our democracy. That's what this is for.
Welcome to the Political Appointee Survival Guide training.
Oh my god, that was so much. Oh, okay, it's at 1.5 speed. That's why it's so cursed.
I'm Bethany Cosma. I had the privilege of serving as a political appointee in 2 Republican administrations.
She was in the first video we did, I think. Still has no eyebrows, I see.
The most recent being the Trump administration. This training is focused on helping you not only survive as a new political appointee, but to thrive.
In the eyes of many in the world,
Oh man,
this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
Dude, I cannot get enough of this intro. I can't get enough of it. Like it is like this intro that extols the value and wonder of our system that enables for a peaceful transfer of power. And this entire program is in direct opposition to that idea.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
A nation is only alive so long as it is living.
Only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger.
This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper.
Whether we go forward together with courage or turn back to policies that weakened our economy, diminished our leadership in the world,
my God.
America's future will be in your hands.
Please. It's so... Like, one of the weirdest parts about this is just that it has, like, this sinister edge to it, like, you're in on the secret. Like, oh, man, this is our secret plan. Da-na-na-na. But it's also trying to be very patriotic at the same time. I don't know. It's a weird clash, I think.
Now, you may be wondering, why do I even need a survival guide? Well, recently, the Heritage
That's an excellent question, actually.
Foundation published a study examining federal campaign contributions made by career employees at USAID during the 2020 presidential election. The study showed that over 96% of donations went towards Democratic candidates. You are walking into an environment where 96% of your colleagues voted for the other candidate.
Yeah. And you're there specifically to rig the system for your candidate. Yeah, I just like, come on, like, if you think about it, just taking her argument at face value, like, whatever, it might be bullshit statistic, whatever, but taking it at face value, yes, you need to see the 4% need to seize control over the system. Like, you understand how that sounds insane and anti-democratic, right?
While no amount of training can ever fully prepare everyone for every situation, I invited 6 former political appointees from the Trump administration to share with you our top 10 tips.
We checked to make sure this isn't an animatronic. I can't guarantee that.
Learned firsthand to help you avoid the pitfalls and survive the persecution that unfortunately many of us experience.
Yeah, it's like Dark Souls if you're a Republican, okay? If you're a Republican going into politics, okay? It's like waking up in the undead asylum, all right? You've got nothing. You've got your bare hands against the world, okay? There's a giant demon out there ready to get you, and its name is Hillary Clinton. Let's go.
The 10 tips you will learn today are all bits of information I wish I'd known before serving in the Trump administration. Even before I arrived, the careers already had it out for me. They tried to keep me from being hired. 2 weeks after I started, BuzzFeed did a hit piece on me, fueled by information that was leaked.
I love that this lady's like, yeah, people found out what a gigantic piece of shit I am, and they told everyone about it. And this is a survival guide to use to defend yourself when you're revealed as a piece of shit to the world.
About my past advocacy, standing up for my children's safety against the radical gender ideology in Fairfax and Loudoun County public schools.
Oh my God, what? Okay, wait. Now I need to look up who is this lady? What is her name?
Recently, the Heritage Foundation published a study guide. Well, recently, you may be wondering, why do I even need a survival guide? Well, recently, the Heritage Foundation published a study examining federal campaign during 6 you are voter former the funding and fair back.
Okay.
Nevertheless,
wait, I thought it flashed her name on screen. Did I make that up? No, Bethany Cosma. There we go. Who is this? She has her own page over on Glad. That's always a good sign. Reporting reveals that Bethany Cosma said during closed-door meetings at the annual United Nations Commission on the Status of Women that the United States was a pro-life nation and discouraged reproductive health care. God damn. Oh, okay. She also testified at local school boards that there's a direct link between sexual predation and trans access to bathrooms. Cool lady. Response to a gender services clinic in Seattle. This is terrible. A place where our children will be sterilized. Oh, she partnered with Family Research Council, which is a very specifically anti-LGBTQ org. All right. So, if you do want to make fun of her appearance, don't feel too bad about it, okay? She is a ghoul on the inside, too.
I was privileged to join USAID as the senior advisor for women's empowerment. And despite all the hostility and attacks, and there were many, I thrived, ultimately rising to Deputy Chief of Staff at USAID, all the while advancing President Trump's policy.
I stabbed a man in the heart to take his job. I watched as the life drained from his eyes. I prevailed!
Policies. Your first tip for survival is to know the president's policy positions. No matter what job you are selected for.
Oh, by the way, 99% of the time in these videos, it's like, hey, know what the president is supposed to be doing so you can just pretend you know what he wants you to do and do it before he asks you.
Whatever department, agency, or office, it's imperative to have a high-level view of the president's position on every area of policy. You may be working on issues that have a domestic focus, but it's equally important to know their foreign policy positions. Domestic policy affects foreign policy and vice versa. In one way or another, each policy position is interrelated to another, even if it's not clear at first. And if you want to be more informed on the president's policy positions, I would recommend listening to speeches and interviews and reading tweets and
Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. For those of you who don't know, usually you can just like find like a list of policy positions on like a website. She's literally saying, read it through Donald Trump's tweets and posts on Truth Social and, listen to his speeches and try and like glean what he actually intends. That's insane, dog. That's insane. So just be a jerk. I'm not going to lose sleep over people being mean to fascists who want to destroy our democracy. Like, obviously keep it within bounds, but like, I'm not here to take the high road.
Executive orders. During the Trump administration, I attended the Commission on the Status of Women at the United Nations. During negotiations, the topic of sovereignty came up. The U.S. career negotiator vocally opposed sovereignty, which completely went against the U.S.
What does that mean? In this context, what does it mean? You can't, like, the concept of sovereignty?
Position. I vividly remember.
Oh yeah, no, their policies are destroy democracy, immiserate everyone.
I remember leaning over to tell the negotiator that she needed to change the position for the record because President Trump did support national sovereignty. And in fact,
what does that mean? National sovereignty for the United States? I would hope so. National sovereignty for, yeah, like of what? Just the concept that sovereignty can't exist?
Used the word sovereignty 21 times during his speech at the UN just 6 months earlier. Had I not been aware of this fact in the U.S. position, it would have been embarrassing to the United States and downright detrimental to our negotiating position on other matters.
It would have made it look like we pooped our pants on the international stage, and everyone would have pointed and laughed. Luckily, I knew that fact from having been obsessive over Donald Trump, and I was able to not look like I shat myself on the international stage. 'Cause I'm a big business boy.
So no matter the topic, life, energy, trade, defense, abortion.
Life, energy, trade. You're getting really close to looking like you're trying to sell me some Lululemon, all right, lady?
Gender ideology, climate change, Israel, whatever the topic may be, make sure that you are read up, listen up, and reflect the president's position.
Everyone make sure your voter registration is up to date and check where your polls are at.
True, folks. Remember, conservatives are trying to rig the election as much as they can. Make sure you haven't been purged from the voter rolls. So go check to make sure you're still registered to vote so that you don't get tripped up last minute. Excellent advice, Cannabo Brex. And thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you supporting the stream, despite the fact that I was so late today.
At every opportunity, particularly in the field and the area for which you're serving. Knowing the president's policy positions will not only help you survive, but thrive. Your second tip is to think before you speak, write, or act.
That's just life advice. Yeah, you should think before you do things, actually. That's not just for this job, that's for every job. Yeah, tip number 2, be able to have a basic visualization predicated on cause and effect. Be able to extrapolate what the consequences of your actions might be.
As a political appointee serving at the pleasure of the president,
I really hate that they insist on saying the pleasure of the president.
You are a de facto ambassador for the president. Whatever you say, whatever you write, whatever you do reflects not only on you, but also the president. Your number one job as an appointee is to carry forward and implement the president's agenda and policy.
Yeah, if you think you're here to think for yourself, you've got another thing coming, mister. You're supposed to do what you're told by our great leader. Okay? He alone can fix it. Not you alone, dummy. He alone. Not you.
Extensions of his leadership. As such, we must always be mindful that others are watching.
Yeah, keep in mind, all of these are tips that will help you survive, because if you aren't following directions, you'll be disappeared, all right?
And seeking to discredit, derail, and even damage actions and outcomes that the president seeks to take. As political appointees, we are a unique group of about 4,000 individuals who are entrusted to lead and guide millions of government employees for the benefit of all Americans. What we say matters. What we write matters. What we do matters. We must always be on our guard with our words, knowing that we will reflect either positively or negatively on the president. People are listening, and
people are listening. And if you step out of line, if you so much as breathe on the wrong side of us, we will make sure that your family suffers. Like, genuinely, like, she's scary. She's a scary lady. She's like what J.K. Rowling would be if, like, the black mold wasn't infesting her brain. You know, she's operating at 110% capacity, you know?
All the time. Even when we don't think others are paying attention, they are.
Everyone is spying on you. Your coworkers, they know you. Hey, is there anyone around the office that you confide in? They're spying on you for us.
Blog posts, articles, books, publication, old school papers, work reports, resumes, testimonies,
word association,
even our photos, both past and present, are searched for and sifted through by the left in an effort to discredit us, attack the president, or damage what is being worked on in order to advance their alternative agendas. Make sure that you curtail your social media and remove items that are in any way damaging, vulgar, or contradict.
Damaging, vulgar, or contradict Donald Trump. Like, again, you guys understand, like, if you're a conservative and you've stumbled across this video, is this not weird to you?
Check out vote.org and votefromabroad.org to make sure you are registered and can vote by mail or in person, folks.
Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $5 dono and for the very good advice. But, like, I don't know, maybe you shouldn't be hired if you're the kind of person who routinely is unhinged enough to post insane ramblings on their social media.
The policies you are there to implement. Do that now before you are appointed. If you don't want to.
Don't forget to scrub those old porn forum accounts. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, make sure your interns can't log into your accounts, because who knows when an intern might play a hilarious porn prank on you.
End up having to explain something you said or wrote to your mother or the president, then don't. In the same manner, how we act carries tremendous weight in how we're perceived and how well we represent the president. Our actions both
tremendous weight, almost as much as your mama. That's right, it's 2024, we're bringing it back.
Publicly and privately must be impeccable. By being appointees, you are by default under the microscope, and everything you do eventually can become public and likely will. I don't want to alarm you, but simply remind you to always be on, be alert, and be above reproach.
Yeah, because the people applying to be appointed under Donald Trump are going to be above reproach individuals. I'm sure.
Not only will you reflect highly upon yourself, your colleagues, and the president, you will be able to overcome the left's attacks and thrive while doing so. Your next tip comes from my dear friend Katie, who left her job as a state trial court judge to serve in the Trump administration at the Department of Justice. Katie, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Bethany. It's such a pleasure.
Katie had a few positions during the Trump administration,
how you doing?
Notably the Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General, running the Office of Justice Programs at the Department of Justice. Are you glad that you made the leap?
Oh, I am, Bethany. There is no greater honor than serving the President of the United States. It was the greatest honor of my life. Even though it's a lot of hard work, I found it to be true that 1 year as a political is like 5 years in normal work time. You're not only representing the President, and in my case, the Attorney General, you're also navigating the waters of the federal workforce. I had never worked in the federal government, and I had to learn very quickly.
Katie, is there a top tip that you would share with new political appointees?
Yes, learn the lingo. I believe a smart way to approach federal service as a political is to look at it like you're learning a foreign language, especially if you're coming into service like I did with little or no experience with the
Man, I love that these people are like, yeah, you don't need to know shit about shit. This job, you don't need to know nothing. Just come on in. They'll let anybody in. As long as you can be stupid as hell and do what you're told, doesn't matter.
Federal government. Federal employees use a lot of acronyms. In my very first job, I was at an executive level, and on my first day, the staff was trying to brief me, and they just used acronym after acronym, and I was trying to Google under the table so I could look, very competent to them, until I realized, people in the middle of the country don't talk like that. And so when you are serving the public, when you're serving the citizens of this country as a federal employee, should speak like they do. So I asked them to stop using acronyms and actually use the.
Wow, fascinating stuff. No longer will you use acronyms. You will say the whole name. I'm sure that will totally make it more, understandable to you. I'm sure all the acronyms, when said out loud, are going to be, you're going to do great, kid.
Words. And that was very helpful.
Katie, that's great advice.
Yeah. And Bethany, there's also nuances to the phrases and words, which are used universally. And you have to figure out how they are applicable. For instance, when a federal employee uses the word policy, they're typically using a policy to say why they can't perform a task that you've asked them to do. This policy is something that was probably developed internally prior to you getting there by the last administration or even years and years before. With that, what do you do if this policy exists?
So what do you do?
Yeah. And in that case, you ask for the policy and you ask to see it in writing. And
show me the policy. Show it to me in writing. Like you're some kind of Willy Wonka touring factory child.
It's somewhat stunning how that you find that frequently they cannot provide that in writing.
I've heard that.
So then you try to look back historically, where did this policy, where did it emanate from? And so what you first do is, if you can get it in writing, you look at it, and then you see if you can either redact it, if it's an internal policy, and you can say this is no longer the policy.
Yeah, you could just destroy all of the pre-existing policy. Just get rid of it. Throw it in the garbage. Because frankly, we want you to be as ineffective as possible. We just want you to destroy the bureaucratic system. And, after that, you can just play Tetris all day.
You can replace it with something that is more in line with the president that you're serving and his or her priorities. Or if it's not in writing, then at that point you can say this is a policy that you've been following, but it's not actually a policy that's on the books, and inform everyone we will no longer be following that policy. And actually the federal employees, once
I want you all to realize she's describing the process by which they would explicitly dismantle democracy. Like, dismantle the bureaucracy of America that makes it functional, you know? Like, oh yeah, just look and see what kinds of rules and regulations are preventing you from carrying out the will of the president, and just get rid of them. Just get rid of them, Fivehead.
you were able to speak their language, were very responsive and had an easier time with changes.
Interesting. So it's all about learn the lingo
Yes.
to be able to speak their language.
Yes, definitely. Sometimes you need to go a step further because there's also things that they are called guidance documents. Now, I know in our administration, the Office of Management and Budget worked very hard to cut back on all guidance documents because they really don't have the force or effect of law. A guidance document is just a federal employee's interpretation of a...
It's not like a law, man. You could just break that. You can ignore it. It doesn't mean anything, really. It's just words on a page, man.
A piece of legislation, a rule, a regulation, an appropriation from Congress. It's just the way that they are interpreting it. But then when it goes up, it feels very official to people, say, who are looking for...
Man, do you guys feel like you understand how to survive being appointed as a Trump appointee? Is this advice helping you guys a lot?
For guidance on a rule,
Right.
in the middle of the country, or someone who's trying to get grant money.
Right.
They're going to look at these guidance documents as the rule.
What are in the tumblers? The ashes of their victims.
Of the land, and really, in the end, only the courts can decide. And of course,
Number 2, learn to love the taste of leather in your mouth, but not in a kinky way.
being a former judge, that was really confusing to me how these guidance documents were somehow more powerful than the courts.
Yes, they cannot truly be defeated until those are smashed.
We're able to get rid of, quite a few of the guidance documents.
Yeah, she was a state-level
that give
judge.
federal employees a tremendous amount of power.
Great points, Katie. So what if the policy is coming from higher ups or even political appointees?
That actually happened when I was in office. So I had 6 political appointees who answered up to me. And when I arrived at the Office of Justice Programs, they informed me that their top security clearances, while they were completely cleared to get the security clearances, they had not been implemented. And so this was a bureau, so I had my own administrative staff. And so I went to them and said, why not? Well, it turned out that the Deputy Attorney General had instituted a policy saying that he wanted to cut down on the number of clearances in the Department of Justice. Makes sense. However, the Deputy Attorney General did not mean that politicals who were brought in to supervise federal employees who had clearances should not get clearances.
Well, the thing is, Luis, as a judge, she should have more knowledge of structures than this. I think she does understand the structure. She's just in favor of destroying that structure. You know?
So in that particular case, I couldn't change the policy. I couldn't take down the guidance document. It was written by someone else. So I had to just find another way in which to communicate with the federal employees and let them know that
like these people, the people in these training videos are under no illusions about what they're doing, you know? They're the ones deliberately setting out to train the people who are going to be their dupes, their saps. They're useful idiots.
Top security clearances needed to be implemented.
And honestly, these political appointees, if like something gets screwed up, they're going to be the first ones to take the fall, you know?
And the way that I did that was to have them come up with a list of all the staff in the building who had active clearances, and then show them that the politicals in the office were actually supervising these individuals, which means a federal employee would not be able to brief someone on top security information. That makes no sense. The political is the highest authority in the office. And so our top security clearances were implemented within 2 weeks.
That's great. I love the very creative solution to that.
That's great. I love that for you.
Kind of insane problem that you had. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that story.
Thank you, Bethany.
Point number 4. What do you need to survive? Is it a pocket knife, a lighter, camping equipment, or a devotion to fascist ideals?
Now we're going to hear from
What's a girl to do?
Matthew, who worked in the Trump administration at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and then moved over.
Oh, you have a gun. You have a gun in all of those. This was a Republican question, so the gun is assumed.
To the Department of the Interior, an executive role as the White House liaison. Matthew, if you had to narrow your experience down to one tip for survival, what would that be?
First, let me say that serving the President of the United
First, let me say that serving the President of the United States was the greatest honor of my life. And second, let me say that the number one thing I could recommend for you is to stay away from any lockers that you might be shoved into, okay? Now, a lot of people think that you won't be shoved into lockers as you get older. However, I'm here to tell you that the jocks at the Pentagon will take the opportunity to shove you into any kind of locker that you can feasibly fit inside, okay? It's very dangerous in any of the locker rooms around here, and I'm getting a bit afraid just thinking about it.
The United States is the opportunity of a lifetime. It requires enthusiasm, hard work, and you have to have a true desire.
And you have to have the flexibility to fit into a lot of lockers. Otherwise, you're going to sustain a lot of injuries, okay?
To represent the president and his policies every single day when you come in. So if you can do that, you're off.
This is a henchman training video. Oh yeah, the entire series of videos, most of them have just been reiterating that you need to be like a dumb idiot sap who will just say yes to anything that comes across your desk.
A great start. That said, if I had to suggest one tip for survival, it would be learn how to navigate your department, your agency, and the culture of the federal government.
Oh, you mean learn how to do your job? Yeah, that's a good tip. Yeah. Pro tip, everybody. Learn your workplace. Learn the structure of the company you work in. You know, learn who reports to who. You know, the different departments. Yeah, you should probably learn how to do your job, idiot.
It's important to understand that when starting your career,
For a split second, I thought he was gonna say you gotta pick out the most dashing tie you can in order to make a splash at the company party. However, his tie is one of the ugliest colors I've ever seen in my life.
as a political appointee or you're working in an agency for the first time,
His tie looks like his shirt had a vomit.
experience is going to be your best teacher.
How was that valuable, that experience? Because you didn't serve in the federal government before. So can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I came in, I was given advice all the time about, this is how it works in a general sense. And then when I came in and I was in my department, what I found was that in talking to both career civil service and political appointees, you just learn, here's the written rules, here are the unwritten rules.
And boy howdy, did I learn what the unwritten rules were, okay? Number 1, don't make eye contact with anyone bigger than you, okay? And number 2, learn and make sure you do your stretches before you go into work, because they're going to try and bend you into all kinds of contorted positions to fit you into any kind of locker they can find, all right? So these are the things I learned right away. These are unwritten rules. The written rules say you probably can't do any of those things, but the unwritten rules say you got to get bendy to fit in that locker, son.
And a lot of the times you have to be careful, even about what they say are written rules, might not be written rules. And
Sometimes when someone says something's written down, it's not actually written down.
I think because a lot of the times it can go on where someone tells you how something works and things get lost in translation, whatever it is. So you have to find out what the rules really are.
Hey, does anyone ever wonder how these people consistently find clothing that fits them so poorly? Like, dude, your suit jacket is like coming to your elbow, dog. Like, what are you doing? Wait, did your tailor get confused and make you like a capri suit jacket? Like a reverse capri suit? Like what are you doing? Wait, what are you doing? Why that's supposed to be up here?
In translation, whatever it is. So you have to find out what the rules
I mean, it might be off the rack, but like you can still get an off the rack suit that fits you better than this.
Really are. And understand that if there are unwritten rules, if they're a hindrance, how you can work around them. So it's a common misunderstanding amongst new appointees, myself included at the time, that if you know everything there is to know about health policy, for example, you will be immediately...
For example, how to file claims to your insurance company for locker stuffing related injuries.
Successful in a policy position at, Department of Health and Human Services. The reality is that you can know everything there is to know about that policy, but you're really not going to get much done without knowing.
His wife doesn't trust him anymore. Oh, damn.
The rules of the agency, right? Roadblocks are everywhere. The first thing that I came to understand when I was in there was how much power the executive branch is effectively given from Congress. So for better or for worse...
The thing I was really awed by was how close the executive branch is to a dictatorship. Boy howdy, it was really crazy.
Since you mentioned getting shoved in lockers,
Oh, yeah. It's the Dono Ghost.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Thank you for the $5 dono, Gamergy. What is this?
So you want your safe space?
A sock done left meme. I can tell this will be quality.
I know. You're ensconced there and you feel so comfortable with all your friends who tell you that you're just a great person and all your beliefs are exactly right. You shouldn't have to feel like you're wrong ever. You should always feel like you're right. Well, toughen up, sweetheart. I mean, bottom line is that it's time for you to learn that there are lots of differing opinions. No, stop.
Discussion is good for you. It makes your views stronger. It makes your views more durable. And maybe your opinions change. But in any case, it is that exchange of ideas that actually makes an intellectual community worth having. And if you're not willing to engage in that intellectual community, you're in the wrong place. If you want a safe space, we can find a padded cell for you somewhere. If you want life to just be a giant teddy bear, go back to being a child. But if you want to be an adult in the United States of America, you're going to have to deal with the fact that there are people who disagree, and that's a good thing to discuss. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time.
Excellent. Well done, Sock Done Left. God. Thank you for sharing that, Gamer G.
First, there's wide latitude on policies, rules, the regulations, all these things that determine how laws are carried out in the executive branch. And it's your job to ensure
Lockers don't care about your feelings, true.
That that power is executed responsibly and in line with the president's will.
So Matthew, how do you get to that point?
Yeah, so the way to do that really is that you have to learn how to navigate the department, the agency, and then the culture of the federal government, right? So you know that you're going to be dealing with your career civil service employees. You have to understand the relationship that they have to you, and then also understand
that your job is to undermine their job. Your job is to make their job a living hell, okay? Ideally, we want to make sure that everyone who works under you quits immediately so you have total and complete power over your department, okay?
And the relationship of you with your fellow political appointees. And that's why I said it was good to have people that you can trust. Political appointees, you know, you can't take for granted that they are going to be in line with the president, right?
Yes.
Right. So you have to be sort of wary about that, unfortunately. Shortly after joining the presidential administration and federal government for the first time, I was promoted to an executive role in a new office. I quickly realized that I just didn't know. I didn't know what I didn't know. And I was at a new agency, so identifying personnel that I could trust was crucial to learning just the most basic policies, agency structure, all those rules that guide what you're doing day to day, so that you then get to that
He actually did a they? Yeah, of course he did. Of course he did, chat.
point where you say, here's where my policy expertise comes in, now we're executing, now the ball's rolling. You'll also find that there probably isn't a single person in your entire agency who knows all the policies, rules, regulations, guidelines memorized. So you can often waste time asking around, you get no answers, or you eventually get an answer that you might find later is incorrect. I found, so when I was at Housing and Urban Development,
Do these departments not just have their policies written down? Can you not just read what their policies and regulations are?
part of our job was to administer funds for various grant programs. So, you know, we were like drafting, reviewing, executing all these policies and conditions for receiving funds. These documents are often formulated by and then reviewed by expert staff who are career civil service. So, for example, it was common to find that there's these norms and rules within documents, you know, stipulations about people who get funding that were explicitly contrary to the will of the president.
100%.
So having an understanding of exactly where...
Like, when we talk about the banality of evil, like, one of the unsung advantages of the banality of evil is the boring nature of it, you know?
And how those policies can be
it's like weaponized boredom, you know?
Directed to align with the president. When the paper's moving very quickly and you have to get it done, it's essential to being effective.
So it sounds like you really need to know the president's policies, which was our first point. Our number one tip is to know the president's policies.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
The president's policies. Number 5.
We heard from Katie about learning the lingo. And from
what will keep me alive? Knife fighting skills, Krav Maga, judo, the one Olympic sport where you're going downhill skiing and shooting a gun. What will keep me alive the best?
Matt about learning how to navigate your department. The next 3 tips for survival are all about the importance of relationships. Here with us to highlight the first relationship is my friend Pam. Pam worked on the 2016 Trump campaign and went on to serve on Beachhead at the State Department during the transition. Pam, you started on day 1 of the Trump administration and you stayed until the final hour.
Yeah. shocking that I made it. Yes.
It's amazing. It's wonderful. And you served as a senior advisor in several different bureaus.
Oh, TJ Durza, Krav Maga. Exactly.
And then the last position, you were the acting assistant secretary of the International Organization.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yes.
What would be your main tip that you would like to pass on to new political appointees?
Well, first off, it was such a pleasure to get to serve the president and to get to serve with you for a while, too. That was fun, too. But, I think the most important thing is to connect with political appointees, not only in your agency, but across the agencies.
Coordinate with all your fellow yes men. Of course, of course.
The State Department is a particularly challenging bureau, especially in the last administration, because what we have to remember is that the Secretary of State had been President Trump's opponent. She had just served there. So we were walking into a fairly hostile environment, to say the least, of folks who had just concluded working with her. And,
Oh, yeah, Ethriel, that emote is like a huge laughing emote.
It just happened that the numbers were pretty thin for about, the first month. I started in the International Religious Freedom Office first. I was the only person there until I got a junior assistant. And even just having one other political appointee, Bethany, it made so much difference. Going out 2 by 2 is
Tulpa mentioned.
It's a really
Uncle
pretty
Gumbald,
vital truth that we should
you.
always have a buddy with us. And there's an old saying, you should never go to the forum alone. And having 2 political appointees together just made a huge difference. And it's really important to find other political appointees across other agencies. USAID and state were kind of sisters, if you would, but even connecting with people at the National Security Agency, Department of Defense, it was really important that we do that. And this is simple, but return every call and every email. And you know what, that's going to serve you in life, not just as a
Do people in the government just routinely ignore one another's calls? Wait, is that normal? Is that normal for you?
Political appointee. At state, I set up something called Coffee Time.
I remember that.
Yeah, I think you came a couple times. It was a pre-work Bible study. And to be honest, it wouldn't have been politically correct to call it that. And it grew to include a time in...
Oh, boy. Everyone loves your unelected bureaucratic officials, engaging in religious exercises while doing their job. Awesome stuff. Yeah, the anti-woke Bible study. Like when Jesus curses that fig tree, they get rock hard over that.
Networking for several of us at state. We shared challenges. We even helped each other find furniture and lamps and things like that. And we found comfort in meeting together. It's so essential for political appointees to meet together in some fashion, not to hide from the career or hide things from them, but there's just some things that you need to say in the confines of with fellow politicals.
Yeah. What do you only feel comfortable saying around fellow politicals? What kinds of things can you only say back there? I'm just so curious. What kinds of things? Why? Wait a minute. Do you know that Rich Lowry guy, the editor-in-chief of National Review? The guy who let slip the N-word? Do you know him? Is that along similar lines of what you talk about behind closed doors? I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
No. Yeah, by the way, Bethany, that coffee time is still going on.
Wow.
Today. So
hey,
it's been a good time.
That's great. I do remember attending several of those with you, and it was great to meet folks at the State Department that I didn't know. And I do remember even
I was trying to say migrants. Yeah, the classic mispronunciation of migrants. Mm-hmm. And as we could all see, migrant sounds an awful lot like not the word he said.
being able to collaborate with a lot of those folks.
Got a lot of business done during that
We
time.
we did. So how did you win over the career people?
Yeah, okay.
How did you break them?
Not that easy and not that hard. I always like to quote that great theologian and political philosopher, Tim McGraw, who says in his song, always be humble and kind. I think political appointees sometimes get a bad rap for being.
I talk about shimps and the yeehaw with my political friends.
Hannah, thank you for the $9.99 pounds. I appreciate that. And thank you for talking about shimps and the yeehaw with your friends, because we need to spread the good word, you know? And more people need to know about the shimps, because shimping ain't easy, all right? And, you know, community together, like when we all shimp together, shimping together raises all boats, as it were. Yeah.
Being nasty. And even though many bureaucrats are against us, and it's just a fact of life, it's just the tension here in Washington, we can
shimp together strong.
also accomplish a lot by remembering how to treat people. Being humble and kind is really a powerful ploy. And by the way, the right thing to do.
I think that's great advice. Thank you so much.
Okay, so your advice is to act the complete opposite of Trump supporters. Gotcha.
The next relationship I want to highlight is the relationship between
I do know of Hannah Reloaded, yes, once or twice.
Political appointees and Capitol Hill. For those who have worked with or on the Hill, this tip may come as a no-brainer. Congress serves as the alter ego for the executive branch and must work with the president to fund and legislate policy. For those,
she looks like somebody told her if she breaks eye contact with the camera, like her heart will stop. Like this is her version of Crank.
Those who are new to the legislative branch, their power, partnership, and influence can be vital to thriving as an appointee. Although we'll have some more in-depth training specific to working with Congress, tip number 6 is to know the Hill and build collaborative relationships.
This is, you just restated one of the previous points. I think point number 4 or 5. Just know how to do your job. Yeah, understand your office environment. Yeah.
Take the time to research and identify the senators and members.
Yeah, also, yeah, excellent point, Nomi Sunrider. Literally not how the branches of government work.
Of Congress that oversee and are interested in the issues and policies that you're working on.
Yeah, all these points are the same because the main thing they want to convey, you know, through the classic art of repetition, you know, something used time after time in religious texts, you know, you repeat something like 3 times in a row to really hammer it home in the memory. But like they're doing it here to just like be a fascist. Be a fascist. Remember, be a fascist. Don't question anything. Do as you're told, okay? You are the fascist machinery we need.
For the most part, each legislator serves on various committees and subcommittees that have unique perspectives and purse strings that can either help or hurt the president and you. It's in our best interest to build strong collaborative bonds with both key and supportive members. While we may not always see eye to eye, it's always helpful to have friends on the Hill. Face-to-face meetings and other direct engagements help to build rapport, trust, and respect.
This really does feel like an alien trying to describe how to make friends on Earth. You know? Like,
team direct engagement helpful to have friends on the Hill. Face-to-face meetings and other direct engagements help to build rapport.
Face-to-face meetings help to build rapport.
Trust and respect.
And trust and respect. Remember, you need to actually talk to them in person. Maybe make physical contact, but not too much physical contact.
Interactions help ensure support much more than last-minute requests from strangers. Find out what makes each of the members tick on both sides. That way you'll be best prepared. Always take the opportunity to message and reinforce the president's agenda. Be bold and ask for help when necessary to
Always reinforce the president's agenda because that's what you're there to do. You aren't there to have your own ideas, you simpleton, you buffoon, you fall guy.
help advance and codify the president's policy and objectives.
I'm
Policies
human
can
and
be
you
readily
can too.
changed,
Yeah.
but it takes much more effort to change the law. Tip number 7 is to partner with civil society organizations. Working for the president as a political appointee, helping to lead and transform America, being in the center of the government, why would anyone need to partner with non-governmental organizations? But that's it. That's the key. They're not the government. They're organizations that interact with and influence civil society, public perception, and at times government leaders. Developing partnerships with
You know, maybe this should be a really good case for why we should make that illegal.
with civil society organizations is a two-way street. For them, it offers additional credibility and closeness to the government to help advance specific policies, positions, or perspectives. For appointees, they offer
Look, guys, it's not her fault that she doesn't have eyelids, okay? You're all just being very ableist right now.
an alternative avenue and champion to help advance the president's policies and even sway public opinion. Organizations like the Heritage Foundation, the Family Research Council, Alliance Defending Freedom, and so many others are key to help reach millions of Americans.
Oh, really? Thank you, Heritage Foundation, for letting us know that the Heritage Foundation is critical, doing the critical work. You couldn't look, you can't get rid of the Heritage Foundation. It made you, and it can take you out of this world just as fast.
Americans. Their messaging can help connect and propel the president, and in turn, the work you're accomplishing on his behalf. They readily have the ears of politicians, press, and the public, and can at times even help protect those under attack. When I was representing the United States at the United Nations up in New York, I was immediately under attack for sharing the Trump administration's pro-life position during a closed-door meeting. This stance unnerved the left, but it emboldened the right.
You're at a United Nations meeting. How did this how elaborate? You're at a meeting of other countries.
When the civil society organizations saw that I was firm in presenting the president's position, they intervened to help thwart negative hit pieces in the press and instead highlight the sincerity of the Trump administration to promote life, family, and religious freedom. Obviously, civil society organizations have their own agendas, and at times their agendas, perspectives, and issues.
But by the way, I just want you all to know that by no means are conservatives united on this point anymore. Like, one of the past segments, and we might still do it, was this insane New Zealand conspiracy blog that someone shared in the topic suggestions. And I took a look at it, and there was just an article on that website ranting about how Donald Trump was embracing eugenics because IVF is in vitro fertilization is eugenics, and not like pro-life people are so twisted about this entire issue, this election cycle. It's actually kind of incredible, you know?
May conflict with those of the president. Nevertheless, actively working with them to foster synergies both inside government and out can be greatly beneficial for all. They can help by being advocates, amplifiers, and allies as we all seek to advance the president's agenda for the good of the nation. Our next 2 tips will help you navigate challenges surrounding career bureaucrats and the media. And our last tip will equip you to support the president and advance his agenda in the midst of all of these challenges. Now we have Max, who served twice in the federal government. First at the U.S. Department of State during the George W. Bush administration, and more recently at the U.S. Agency for International Development in the Trump administration. Max has had a long career in foreign policy as an NGO practitioner, government contractor and think tank expert. Max, what piece?
God, is there a bigger red flag in the entire universe than think tank expert? Is there any bigger red flag out there? Because, like, dude, you have to be a demon to work with these, like, conservative think tanks. You know, like, you actually have to be, like, a legitimate demon. Like, you have to be someone who's like, yeah, I want gay people to be lined up against the wall. Like, that's generally the kind of people, like, that work for, like, the Family Research Council or the Heritage Foundation. Like, you need to be some of the worst of the worst.
Piece of advice would you give new appointees serving in a presidential administration?
Well, Bethany, it's great to see you again, and thank you for this opportunity. I guess to start, I think the most important thing is to understand the sacred trust that's being bestowed on you when you enter into government. You know, as a public servant, you're working on behalf of the American people. And that's 330 million people, the greatest.
And as we all know, you need to ignore their needs and their rights in order to fulfill the ambitions of one man, the great leader, Donald Trump.
Country on the planet. That's just an awesome thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So when you come into government, especially people who are new, you don't treat it as your personal affair because it's not yours.
Exactly.
It belongs to the American people.
That's right. The American people deserve an affair.
And I guess you could look at it in terms of stewardship of America's government, at least your piece that you're doing, and the resources that, that come with it. Now, in terms of a tip, survival tip, do not let career bureaucrats hinder you from advancing the president's agenda.
That's right. Eliminate them if at all possible. We'll give you a bonus. Agent 47, out.
Keep in mind, you're coming into a place, Washington, D.C., that does not share your conservative values. They're even hostile to it. Because you're here to do something that's not in their interest. They're not going to be your friend, and they're not going to help you succeed. What are you doing? You're here to cut government. You're here to cut spending. You're here to cut regulations. You're here to stop the waste, fraud, and abuse that's going on. But a lot of careers have been made from that. A lot of money has been made from that. Fiefdoms have been built around it. So
what? Elaborate more. Where are these fiefdoms? Direct us towards these feudal holdings.
You're going to get a lot of opposition.
The spirit of 1776 still burns bright. We'll get rid of them.
Here. It's an entire industry of opposition from lobbyists, professional associations, contractor groups.
Are they holdouts from King George?
And disappointingly, faith-based organizations.
Yes, we saw
Why?
that.
You're upending the apple cart, right?
Yeah.
And whereas for the American people, the government has failed and the government has wasted so much money, for the groups here in Washington, D.C.
How do people fall for this stuff again? Well, you have to remember the prime selling point of the current formulation of American fascism is Donald Trump. The idea that he alone can fix it, that he has the great plan. He has all the maneuvers, and all he needs to do is have a small dedicated army of followers in the deep state, you know, to fend off the machinations of the careers working in the federal government, okay? So if they just got a bunch of, you know, yes men appointees that would implement the president's agenda, regardless of the horrific consequences on all of us, then it would be fixed, right? So a lot of the people who would sign up for something like this Project 2025 training are people who genuinely, religiously believe that Donald Trump has a plan, and that plan, though they are not privy to it, will lead us, you know, all to prosperity. You know, these are the kinds of people they're looking for, the people who've, like, lost their entire families because they won't stop talking about Donald Trump and how he's basically the second coming of Christ. You know, they're QAnoners who sign off every email with "where we go one, we go all." You know, like it really boils down to just they're looking for insane yes men. They don't care about any of the other trappings, as long as they can stay as an appointee and aren't overtly crazy or hateful. Like, that's what they're looking for.
It has worked for them. So when you're here representing the American people, consider it that you are really blessed. You're taking on a blessed obligation. But it is also a solemn obligation to carry out the interests of the American people.
Max, can you give us an example of when the bureaucracy impeded your work?
Yeah, it's when I had the privilege of working for Vice President Pence as his envoy to Iraq. Now, at the time, President Trump had finally defeated ISIS, this crazy and very violent jihadist terrorist group.
Yeah, don't look up whether or not ISIS is still operating around the world. Don't look that up.
But they had taken a devastating toll on the religious minorities. In fact, ISIS had a campaign of genocide to exterminate the religious minorities, especially the Christians and others. And so the White House believed that we need to help these people. And for the Christians in particular, the churches were very active in trying to help them go back.
Okay, Luis, I didn't want to say anything, but it does look like he tried to, if this tie was just like a slightly different color, he would be like trying to blend in with the chair, a la Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 3.
And restart their lives. So we thought we'd take a little bit of the overall money that we were spending in Iraq to help these communities. Boy, were we shocked by the response. At first we were told, no, you can't give money to the churches. It's against the Constitution, the Establishment Clause, separating church and state. And of course, we were not idiots. Federal government, state government, local governments all routinely give monies to churches from everything from social services to when you have floods and hurricanes. So we pushed that aside. Then they came up with another excuse.
Someone brought up church, the separation of church and state, and we said, we actually like them being together. Anyway, bye.
Need, not creed, meaning, no, we don't give money to religious people. And so I said, well, this was a State Department person, pretty senior, and I said, well, what if a people are being exterminated or are the target of extermination because of their creed? We still can't help them? And he said, no, we can't. So we pushed all of that aside.
Dude. Oh yeah, man. Conservatives, famous for not wanting to persecute anyone based on their creed. Uh-huh.
But there was one, I thought, very important lesson that we should not forget, especially when we're talking.
Yeah, Lady Raincloud, after it happened, everyone clapped. Because he was just a little birthday boy.
Talking about Washington, D.C. and the swamp. It is its anti-Christian animus. And people come here from outside of the country where it's normal.
Yeah, man, secularism is definitely anti-Christian. It's only anti-Christian if you view Christianity's proper place as dominant over all other religions in society, because you want a theocracy, not a democracy.
Normal America, I think they're shocked to find that there's so much hostility to our basic traditional values.
Yeah, I remember, Max, when the vice president said on behalf of the president that we're no longer going to use UN agencies, but USAID to implement this on behalf of the persecuted people in Iraq. And I'll never forget the next day, a career...
Yeah, because Donald Trump really cares about Iraq, doesn't he, folks?
A bureaucrat told me randomly he can't do that. It was amazing. The resistance, it was just unbelievable.
Well, I'm sorry, sometimes people legitimately can't help you, like sometimes you're trying to make your returns in the checkout aisle, all right? And like they just don't do that there. There's a returns desk. But you're not leaving to go return your items, are you? You're just staying in the checkout lane screaming at the cashier who's not paid enough to deal with your bullshit.
They did not want to help Christians at all.
No. And we went ahead and did it. And I would direct these UN agencies on what to do and what they could not do. So that's leadership, that's courage. And when you're working in government, especially in the international sphere where there's a lot of war and nasty things going on, you have to exercise that leadership.
So Max, tell us what lessons our future political appointees can learn from the experiences.
Well, I think there's 3 basic lessons that I draw from my own personal experience, and that is you're going to be told, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. And I think all of us have had that experience. And
sometimes you're going to be told you're at your limit. But you know, I learned something by watching a television show with one of my kids. And that something is that sometimes you need to go beyond. You need to go plus ultra, okay? And you need to just break through those regulations and then just keep going. Breaking through regulation after regulation like some kind of Ubermensch version of Ayn Rand. Okay, you need to just keep going, bust through that glass ceiling, and then punch through that Social Security, and then you just keep going until you have every institution under your control.
And I think the response is, you always take it with a grain of salt, and you ask for the documentation. Show me on paper where I can, or where I can't. The fact of the matter is, and this is something that we all discover as we're in government, and that is that Congress has given the bureaucracy extraordinary authorities to get things done more quickly, more cheaply, more effectively. But the bureaucracy has no interest in doing that, so they just ignore it. And it's either because they don't want to do more work, or because it's risk when you do something that's new, or they simply don't want to do it. So I think that's really the first one, is to understand that you need to be informed. And the second is you're informed by going to other politicals, especially those who have had prior government experience, simply because they've gone through the bureaucratic ringer. Now, for people coming in for the first time, government service is hard. It's very disorienting, it's very confusing. These rules and regulations governing contracting and the budget and all of these things are very confusing. Never stop asking questions. If it's 5 a day, if it's 10 a day.
And aim for the moon, because even if you miss, you may land amongst the stars.
You ask those questions, right?
It's great advice.
And then lastly, I would say, treat people with respect. Go back to my original point in that sacred trust, that bond with the American people, it's not your position.
Treat people with respect, unless they're trans people or gay, in which case, let them know where they're going as soon as we get our way.
The American people, I'm an immigrant, and the American people are the most giving and kind people there is in the world. And they would want you to treat others with respect, even if they don't treat you with respect, or even if they don't agree with you.
Which tip number was this? This was supposed to be 7, but like this guy's given like 6 or 8 different tips. Like, why even bother having a numbered list at this point?
And after some period of time, when you show yourself to be competent and respectful, you're going to have certain folks within the bureaucracy, some who won't agree with you, but because of that, and because that they actually do subscribe to the notion that public service is beyond politics, and that even if they don't agree, they should do their job, and they're going to come out and start helping you. Because bottom line, at the end of the day, what's the outcome, the results that we're looking for? The mission, carrying out the agenda of the President of the United States.
At the end of the day, remember, your role is to be a fascist, okay? You need to be a weaselly little rat fuck to end democracy in this country, and we expect you to be as weaselly as you can possibly get.
Yes, that's great advice, Max. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, now we're just on point number 9. My God.
We saw the impact of media bias throughout the Trump administration, and it's often difficult to navigate and counter this bias. Joining us now is Kristen, who served as Deputy Press Secretary during most of the Trump administration. Kristen, what was the criteria during most...
I'm sorry, I need to look at something. I think I like her shoes. I need to find those. They're good shoes. I like them. I'm sure she's a bad person, but she is wearing good shoes.
To the Trump administration. Kristen, what was the craziest narrative that you saw at NASA?
Well, there's
Oh no. Oh no. What was the craziest thing you saw at NASA? Well, it had to be the aliens. They live in my dreams now. I don't know how to get rid of them. I see them when I open my eyes now. It's like they're eating my retinas. Burning. Always burning. Real Radhom, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Make yourselves cozy.
There's a lot of plot twists that came from the media during the Trump administration. They often took any opportunity, to be honest, to take any.
Did Kristen Eichhammer, did you or did you not confirm that the Earth is round? Is it round or is it flat? Has America been to the moon?
Thing out of context. In one case, specifically, they tried to make the president and the administration as a whole seem not only discoordinated, but also just
press secretary at NASA.
Intelligent. And what I mean by that is they dissected every tweet that Trump tweeted. In one instance in particular, Trump had granted NASA one of the largest budgets they'd ever received, an increase of $1.6 billion. In an attempt to explain the greater mission of NASA, the president tweeted a phrase that said, "Mars, of which the moon is a part." The media had a field day, claiming that the president didn't realize that both Mars and the moon were separate entities in space, which certainly was not the case.
Are you sure? Did you talk to him? Please tell me that you had a personal meeting with the president to ask him point blank, do you know that the Mars and the moon are different things? I just want to know that happened, because I want that to have happened.
And it was simply an attempt by the media to not only discredit the administration, but also all of those that had put years
at NASA, the moon and Mars are separate.
And years into their careers that were working for him.
That's awful. So for all the communications people out there, what is your...
The other biggest lie is that Pluto is not a planet. It's still a planet, folks. It's still a planet. They just don't want you to know about it.
Biggest tip for survival?
I would say the greatest tip that I could give you all is be on guard and get ahead of the false narrative being pushed by the media. Political appointees.
Be ready for media outlets to accurately report on what you're doing. And that's really going to suck for you, I guess.
Should always be on their guard when it comes to messaging, or at least be prepared for the backlash that will come with their roles in representing the president. Communications is everything. It makes or breaks a narrative, and consistent messaging should be used regardless of your role and agency that you represent, because we all make up a greater team. Messaging documents and rapid response are the best ways to ensure messaging remains consistent across the administration. And during the Trump administration, we tried to do just that with weekly interagency meetings and calls. During these, communicators from different agencies would feel empowered to put forth their 2 cents and give their part.
Well, yeah, if the Earth is flat, Pluto's clearly some sort of paper mache construction by the gods.
Agencies an idea of what they were saying about particular issues, whether it be space policy or foreign aid. If you give the media an inch, they'll take a mile. And it's important to remember that they only succeed in their career when you say something that allows them to go viral.
Yeah. The media do be looking for you to fuck up and say something that they can clip out of context. Yeah, again, this is just pleading with the people who might go through with this program to not be the kind of people who are saying the N-word on social media. You know, like they're basically just like, please don't be a poster. Please don't post. We just want you to get in there and be like a yes man. Don't post. Stop posting. But you know what? Trump MAGA posters are too powerful, okay? I don't think these training videos are going to work.
Today's media is not the same that it was 20 or even 10 years ago. So be on your guard by preparing messaging and talking points that support your agency's mission and the mission of the administration as a whole.
Kristen, these are great points. Thank you so much. I wish I would have had
These are all great points. I love them so much. Thank you so much.
had these when I was in the Trump administration.
Girl, someone should have told you about your hair looking goofy as hell in frame. Like, my God.
I felt kind of all alone. I didn't really have a lot of any direction in the media, and I was under attack constantly for just exactly what you were saying, just staying on message, being
It looks like a bird tried to nest in your hair.
a Trump administration appointee. What advice would you have to someone like myself who was called out?
But Lady Raincloud, have you considered that you don't have to fix your eyebrows if you don't have eyebrows?
The reporters would contact me directly, called me many times, or called me out on Twitter and tried to defame me and lie about me. What advice do you have?
Yeah, I think that being defamed on Twitter is almost a badge of honor in the Trump administration.
It really kind of flies in the face of what you're saying when you spent all of your time on here talking about how please don't say anything controversial, please don't be posting all of the slurs, and then you're like, haha, yeah, it's a badge of honor to be the villain of Twitter for a day in the Trump administration. It's like, so the opposite of what you were saying. You actually want the opposite of everything you were saying. Gotcha.
And the unfortunate reality is that too many political appointees suffered from defamation as a result of reporting that was not entirely true. But I guess that's kind of the beauty of the First Amendment, is we do have that freedom of speech. Again, messaging and sticking to your talking points is going to be important to remain on message. However, it's incredibly important for political appointees to go through media training. Most agencies actually have this option of
Please get media trained so you aren't just constantly posting dumb shit on your social media channels. Please stop. Please get some training. And that training will just be a man screaming in your face, don't do it, for 12 hours every day for a week. Oh no.
That was not entirely true. But I guess that's kind of the beauty of the First Amendment, is we do have that freedom of speech. Again, messaging and sticking to your talking points is going to be important to remain on message. However, it's incredibly important for political appointees to go through media training. Most agencies actually have this option available for their staff through their Office of Communications, and this will be incredibly important for those, especially those being interviewed by the press, to go through. If I can impart a little knowledge from my own media trainings, I have a few common pitfalls that political appointees have suffered from in the past. They're just two quick ones, but never repeat the question that a reporter asks you. They intentionally want you to repeat something, and they'll phrase a question that they ask you in a way to ensure you do repeat it so that they...
No, not necessarily. Like, generally, this is just something, this is just how, like, people being interviewed tend to react to things. So, like, yeah, when someone says something to you, there is a tendency to repeat it.
They can take a sound bite and show on Twitter that you agreed with them, even if you're just literally repeating the question. Like I said, it's manipulative, and it's honestly poor journalism, but it's a tactic that they often use. Another piece of advice that I've learned from my own media training is when you're answering a tough question, always acknowledge it, not by repeating the question, but by saying something similar to, or to the effect of, that's a great question, and then bridging to what you want to talk about. So for instance, if someone were to ask me, why are we going to the moon instead of...
All of these reporters trying to bamboozle us with things like truth and questioning our narratives and, putting out information inconvenient to the great leader?
Mars. That's a great question. We're going to the moon because we want a sustainable and reusable platform that we can use for generations to come. They wanted me to acknowledge Mars. I didn't, because I didn't fall into their pitfall.
Well, I mean, you are the press secretary for NASA. You probably should, just on principle, acknowledge Mars as an entity that we're also looking at going to at some point in the future.
That's great advice. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, this is common practice used in interviews that will ensure you remain on message and aren't.
The redhead looks like what I imagine Red Skill would look like after coming out.
Yes, Red Skull comes out as trans.
Aren't taken advantage of.
The Trump administration is too woke.
By the press.
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Also, thank you for the $5 dono.
Next, we're going to hear from my friend John. John, you spent some time at the White House, the State Department, and the Department of Homeland Security. John, is there one piece of advice that you would like to pass on to new political appointees?
There are quite a few things I'd like to say, because there's a lot to do. But if I had to pick one, I'd say it's important to remember that every single minute you're in an administration, you work for the president and have to advance his or her agenda.
Point number 10 is you need to do your job? That's crazy. Wow. Who would have thought? You have to if you're appointed by the president to carry out his agenda, you have to remember that you're working for the president to carry out his or her agenda. Oh, wow, a president can also be a woman. Wow, that's crazy.
There are a lot of people who are going to be in your chain of command. They're very.
What are these pronouns doing here in this topic? Am I right, folks? I mean, what's the world coming to, even?
Fucking pronouns!
His or her agenda. There are a lot of people who are going to be in your chain of command. There are very few people whose
Project 2025 has fallen to woke.
Actual supervisor is the President of the United States. But I think people sometimes forget that the president runs the executive branch per Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, and you work for the president. And that means every day.
Oh, yeah, no, Somniostatic, every single one of these people has, like, a page on them by, like, the Southern Poverty Law Center, or GLAAD has, like, gone out of its way to, like, point out that these people are, like, spearheading, like, state or local level transphobia, like, transphobe witch hunts. No, transphobic witch hunts. There we go. Or like, were involved in a hate crime incident, or, tried to pass legislation to make it legal to discriminate against black people again. Like, you look into any one of these people, like, they have their own little pet project on how to be awful.
You have to make sure you're fighting for the president's agenda. And
like, who was it we were watching the other day that was bringing back, like, anti-Irish racism? Like, they were just, like, so racist. Do you guys remember that? It was, like, a few days ago. I don't know. It's, like, something like that. You look into these people's histories, and it's like, oh, they're like, so racist. They want to be racist against the Irish again. That's crazy. It was Sagar. Yes, Quigley, thank you so much.
That's whether or not someone's helping you out or standing in your way.
How is this perspective, which I agree is vital, helpful when you're in there trying to serve the president?
Well, that's a good question, Bethany. I would say there are two main reasons why that's important. One is it helps you focus, because there are a lot of distractions. Every day in service is very busy. There's a lot going on. There's fun stuff. But there's also this need to remember that you are working for a president and his agenda.
There's a need, in the middle of this point, I really need to stress that there is a need to remember that you're working for the president and his agenda. Okay, Bethany? You're not just working for the president, okay? Like, you can't merely fillet him. You also have to fillet his ideas, okay? You need to do both at the same time. It takes a lot of coordination.
And so that you have to fight.
Like patting your head and rubbing your belly at the same time. It's much like that.
Every minute to make sure that the right thing happens on a daily basis, because time is also short. But I think another thing I would say, Bethany, is it's also it helps you be a little bit creative.
Do you remember the last section? He just pulled the "That's a good question." Yeah, it's like the opening of Mega Man X. The just solid level design, teaching you all the skills you need as you move through the level.
In a world where there's no resistance, people get a little bit lazy, but when you have to get through the bureaucracy and solve problems, creativity is going to be essential to achieving your goals.
John, can you give any examples of how you ensured that the president's policies were followed in the face of resistance?
Well, I can give one general example of what we did whenever we had these issues. So there was a device.
We did a little thing called firing people. That's what we did. We fired them.
That we would use called the Policy Coordination Committee, or the PCC. And what that basically means is, in a situation where there were disputes among agencies, we would all convene and try and basically work it out. There were a lot of times, unfortunately, when agencies were either slow or resistant, or sometimes just downright hostile to the president's agenda, including from the cabinet level. So what you had to do in those instances, you had to put everyone in the room and basically force a result. Now, sometimes just the pressure from the White House being in the room ironed out the differences, but sometimes not. And if you didn't get a resolution by the time it got to cabinet level officials, you at least were comforted that it got to the president's desk, and then it was up to the president to make the final decision. So I always took solace in knowing that if we did that, we were doing our job.
Wow, what a great piece of advice. That was worthwhile.
That wraps up our 10 tips for survival. To recap, here they are again. Know the president's policy positions. Think before you speak, write, or act.
I can't get over this one. I honestly, this one's my favorite. Having to remind full-grown adults that are being appointed to positions of extreme amounts of political power, with no experience whatsoever, needing to remind them that, yeah, you need to actually consider things before you start taking action.
Learn the lingo. Learn how to navigate your department, your agency, and the culture of the federal government. Connect with political appointees in your agency and across the administration. Know the Hill and build collaborative relationships. Partner with civil society organizations. Do not let career bureaucrats hinder you from advancing the president's agenda.
I'm starting to sense that the main point of this position is to advance the president's agenda, aka be a yes man.
Be on guard and get ahead.
Oh yeah, no, this is all, the Sockster, this is all so on the nose, it feels like satire.
Of the false narrative being pushed by the media. Always support the president and work to advance his agenda.
Yeah, never stop supporting the president, okay? He's very fragile emotionally. He might cry.
Thank you for joining us today. I hope that you've been able to learn from our experiences so that you will be better prepared on day one as a political appointee, and that you will not only survive, but thrive.
What's a girl to do? Yeah, so that is that's our first Project 2025 video for today. These videos are really horrifying. Yeah. We've gone through about half of them. I have a playlist over on my YouTube channel where you can check out the previous sections where we go over these Project 2025 videos. We are now over halfway through. But folks, we've been going for technically we've probably been going for about like 2 hours, but if you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and folks, please consider dropping some subs or donos because this show is brought to you by viewers like you.
The first one today?
TJ Durza, thank you for the $5 dono. You are not, in fact, the first one today. People did donate earlier, but yeah, there were problems starting the stream earlier today. So we didn't actually get started until like an hour and a half into stream, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Extenuating circumstances. but thank you. Please consider dropping those subs and donos. This show's literally brought to you by viewers like you. I couldn't make this show without your guys' support. It does not make enough ad revenue to survive on its own. You guys are what charge this. You know, pump up the jams. You run the engine. You oil the fields. Like me, like you, Kiwi TP. How desperation for validation do you need to be to go along with this insane, monstrous bullshit? I don't know. I'm only a little desperate for validation. Oh, yeah, no, this was the first training vid of the day. Yeah, we are watching more. It's true. Yeah. We'll be doing some fun content tomorrow, by the way. I said this earlier, I'll say it again. We're doing some fun content tomorrow at around noon Central Time. Nekosaurus and I will be doing a stream. We're going to be covering some fun videos. I don't know if I'm allowed to tell you guys yet, but it's going to be a good time. We're going to be just kind of shooting the shit and making some grade A content together. I would also like to be validated. Ethriel, you are incredibly valid, okay? You are the wonderful he, they that our community needs. Yeah, Pensive Scarlet. We're gonna be talking with Cirrus. It's gonna be great. We met at the New York canvassing event for Jamal Bowman, and we've been planning to do content together for a while now, but it's only now coming together. Validation for everybody. Do we have any other humble dono farmers? Let's see. These are a slog, but important to see. We've been going over the document in a friend group of mine. Yeah, God. Cirrus is a real person and not just an avatar? Yeah, surprisingly enough, yeah. What if Hamas had training videos like this? I think they have very different training videos. Okay, let's see. Just taking a look here. Athriel.
Yay.
Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you. Thank you for feeding the dono ghost. See ya, Distron. So I'm looking here. We are on the next Project 2025 video is about 25 minutes long. The one after that is 43 minutes. Oof. We got some meaty Project 2025 videos as we sprint to the finish on these. Hey. All right. Ooh. I'm going to get some more water because talking over this is thirsty work.
Chat, remember it is your responsibility to support Riverboat Jack's agenda no matter what.
It's true, CatThulu96. Thank you for the $5 dono. Yes, it's very important to think before you speak, act, or type anything. You know, make sure you think before you do those things, but don't think before you dono, okay? That's very important. Don't think before you dono. You're just here to enact my agenda, all right? You need to learn my agenda. And you have to learn it not by asking me questions about it. You actually just have to read my tweets and also watch my videos. And we do have a lot of really great videos going up over on the YouTube, so please check them out. There's new content going up every day. Water's an excellent idea. Thank you. I will be right back. I also need to use the bathroom. Is this the trans agenda? Could be. What's a girl to do?
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
exclamation point.
the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog, 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 the cats, 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 the dog.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack, Riverboat Jack.
Called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy of problem and his trouble as he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA's dying grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Attil. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. the sheets. But what a beautiful dream.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity Solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the Union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the Union makes us strong.
Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hi. Today. Boy, what a week. That's a big glass? It's the big glass. What happened to my glasses? Second. All right. It's Tuesday? Yeah. But holy shit, my patience for the week was used up on today. Hi. Still painting your little space dwarf? Hell yeah. Wednesday in Europe? Ay. What have I missed? We covered a Project 2025 video. And you know what? We're going to do another one. And you can't stop me. Here we go. Remember, like, comment, subscribe, and donate. Let's go. So, folks, there is this thing called Project 2025. It is the brainchild of the Heritage Foundation think tank, as well as basically every other conservative think tank coming together to create a Voltron of evil policy that is designed this time around to basically do a fascist takeover of America. And we've been watching through all these training videos, and now we're on a video titled Time Management for Appointees. And really, a lot of these seem to be boiling down to, for the love of God, please do your job. You know, like that seems to be what the Republican training is. It's just, do what you're told, please do your job, and don't post slurs on social media. That seems to be like the top three. And then like number 4 is don't do crimes. Do not do crimes. All right. Let's see. Maybe time management for appointees won't be those same 4 points reiterated again. Only one way to find out. Do not do crimes. Definitely don't do crimes. Don't you dare do crimes, because that might prevent us from doing Donald Trump's agenda.
Hi, I'm Katie Sullivan, and this course is titled Time Management for Political...
Why is the color grading so weird? Why does she look like she's in like an old-timey photo come to life?
Appointees.
In the eyes of many in the world,
Here we
this
go.
every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle.
That's right, folks. We have to swear in the president, but we're talking about the real president, Donald J. Trump. That's right. He's the real president. Don't you know? JFK Jr. emerged from the shadows in order to make sure that he becomes president this time. That's right. JFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., coinkadink? I think not.
In America, we understand that a nation is only living as long as it is striving.
A nation is only alive as long as it is alive.
Only a few generations have been granted the role
of defending freedom.
Oh, yeah, Real Red Hum. I saw, like, part of this story today, and I haven't had time to, like, look into any of the things I've seen today. But I saw that the president of the Heritage Foundation apparently allegedly beat a dog to death with a shovel 20 years ago. Like, it's really horrific. It's really horrific. I don't want to get into it right now, but like, I don't know. Like, like, I guess he turned to Kristi Noem and said, "Hold my beer." My God.
In its hour of maximum danger.
Yeah, you're a Republican. You work for the Heritage Foundation. At least kill your dog with a gun. My God.
This great nation will endure as it has endured.
This great nation will endure, and it's still here, so it will continue to do so.
Will revive and will prosper.
My revulsion for these people knows no bounds. That's because they're in a constant race to get to the bottom, Dragonfly. Like, there is no bottom here. It's like, it's just an infinite void.
Forward together with courage, or turn back to policies that weakened our economy,
Circling
diminished our leadership in the world.
Yeah.
America's future will be in your hands.
That's right. America's future is in your hands. Because it has to be, because my brain is made out of jelly beans by this point in my administration. Ay. Project 2025. The project to overthrow democracy and make sure Donald Trump's a dictator for life. Haha. How to manage your time. Don't get sucked into playing Tetris all day. Just follow these 5 simple steps.
Former state trial court judge of a very busy court.
It was his
and the
neighbor's
head of
dog?
the Office
Jesus.
of Justice Programs at the United States Department of Justice. I know the importance of time management. I promise if you are chosen to serve our next president in the administration, you will find out you can and must get more accomplished in one day than you thought you could do in a month. Whether you are in the White House.
That's right. We're not going to pay you very much, and you're going to work like a dog.
Or an agency. This is your chance to truly make a difference.
Please don't go on Grindr during office hours. TJ, I'm pretty sure like half of elected Republicans are secretly gay. They probably have their office staff and appointees going on Grindr for them, you know? Like that's probably a thing. I'd be willing to bet money on it.
By putting the priorities of the president that you support into action. We are not here to mark time. We're here to make change. In order to make the most of your incredible opportunity, you will need true time management skills. You will find you are in high demand once you are working for the president.
Okay, I understand that this video is about, you know, imparting wisdom about managing time to appointees, but like, that's a bit ironic because we're like 2.5 minutes into this video and we already knew that's what the video was about. So like, chip chop chip, get to the point, lady. You yapping.
And juggling the massive numbers of meetings, speeches, emails.
Oh yeah, the activity on Grindr goes absolutely crazy during the RNC. I can't remember who said it, but someone said it was like the Super Bowl of like gay dating, and that really does seem to be the case. You know, also in Washington D.C., like Grindr be bopping all the time. Okay.
Essentially managing a calendar and quick turnaround on tasks from your...
That was The Onion? I mean, The Onion calls a lot of shots, okay?
...superiors. All the while learning about your agency and the federal government. Implementing the president's agenda requires significant multitasking talents. You are chosen in part because you are up to the task. There are 5 areas of time management this training will cover. Your first month, effective communication.
Yeah, I know that. I think the second part of Dead Domain's video on the RNC like involved like dating apps and like Grinder and such, and like, man, it must be so sad. Like, it must be so sad to be a conservative, like a gay, closeted conservative, and like the only time you can actually be yourself is at like obscure parties around the RNC. Like, that's the one time every 4 years you're able to actually like just be yourself, and the other like 4 years in between you have to pretend to be like virulently homophobic and bigoted. Like, that sounds like a miserable life to me.
External meetings, internal meetings, and document review.
Okay, time management in the first month, effective communication, meetings, and document review. All areas of time management that I think of when I want to learn that skill.
You will learn about some of these topics in depth in other trainings. Here, we are just going to focus not on the substance, but on how each of these categories require effective time management. So let's dive in.
Wait, are you just pointing out that all of these things require time management and not telling us the actual skill that you want us to know?
First month. The first thing you want to do is empower your political staff. If you have political staff in place upon your arrival, spend time meeting with them before you meet with career staff. For instance, I had 6 senior political staff who answered to me. And when I took over the bureau at the Department of Justice, I spent my first few days doing nothing but meeting with not only the senior political staff, but all the junior political staff in the building as well. This is a very important thing to do because you'll get a tremendous amount of feedback from the political.
Yeah, you should know your coworkers, especially if they report directly to you. Haha.
Staff about what is going on in the office and will help provide you with the right direction.
Oh, Dead Domain's video was at CPAC. You're right, Banana Brains. Good catch.
And the right people to talk to when you do arrive. It also empowers, and this is very important, it also empowers your political appointees to do the job that they have been appointed to do. You are making it clear.
Why does the room look so smoked out? She just burned some Pop-Tarts.
To career staff that your political appointees are in charge.
Look, they had a fog machine that day, but it was only for that day.
And this will save you a tremendous amount of time down the line, so you aren't trying to explain that or having to deal with, any kind of conflict between political staff and career staff. You're setting that boundary right from the beginning.
Yeah, Sapia Pop-Tarts. The kinds of Pop-Tarts they had back in the day. Exactly. Back when there were, the black and white photographs. But the white was a little bit brownish.
This sounds like common sense, but you will truly have to carve out the time to meet with your political staff and task them with the jobs that ensure the president's.
Like, again, remember how I opened this video and was like, oh man, all the other videos have been like, do your job, idiot. And wow, surprise, surprise. This one is also do your job, idiot. Yeah, you should meet with the people who report to you in order to understand who to tell what, My God.
Agenda is implemented. Please don't assume that your political staff knows what they are supposed to be doing in your particular office. So carve that time off. The next best time management tool in your...
Oh, wait, no, chat. I get it. Antifa must have broken into the office and tried to burn this flag. That must have been... That, they just fought off Antifa. They heroically doused the flames that would have engulfed the American flag. And that's why the room is so smoky.
First month is to really try to stack the deck in your favor. There is a saying, personnel is policy. When you first arrive, you need to inquire and find out how many political spots are allocated to your office, to your agency. You can go through your White House liaison and potentially presidential personnel to find out what's available to you. How can you bring in people to support the mission of the president with you? It's very difficult to do that on your own. You're going to end up doing everything by yourself, regardless of what level.
Yeah, you need to delegate tasks. Delegate to your subordinates. Delegate.
You come in as a political, so you want to build up your team as quickly as possible. Recruitment takes time. Sending resumes and having conversations and interviews, that takes time. That is time very well spent in order to bring people in who share your vision, the president's vision,
Ooh, Uncle
and
Gumball,
your
exciting.
vision of how to implement the priorities of the administration. The next thing is learning your agency and becoming very familiar with your office. And again, I'm putting this third on purpose. So the first thing is to set that goal and that boundary that will really serve you later on, so that everybody understands the way that things are going to run. You want to spend time getting to know your agency. Who do you report to? What are the expectations in those meetings? When I first landed at the Department of Justice and actually was running the Office of Violence Against Women, I found out that I had a quarterly meeting with the Deputy Attorney General 2 weeks after I started. It was very important to me to attend that meeting by myself without career staff assistance.
Because, like, the insane part about all of this is, like, yeah, it was very important that I don't, like, have experienced people around me to be able to tell me, like, how to get the things done that I want to get done. It's very important that I be as incompetent as possible at this job. You guys don't understand. The people who are here who know how to do all the things, they're the ones who are wrong. They're the enemy, all right? We need true dipshits, real nincompoops. We need to put them in there, okay? We need to put them in there. We need to see them just push random buttons, okay? Surely nothing bad will come of that.
Because it was important to start to foster relationships with other politicals. So in order to prepare for the meeting, my staff briefed me. I did research on my own. I asked a lot of questions. I actually learned the office, came up with an agenda, found out how the Deputy Attorney General liked to run his meetings, what his read-aheads needed to look like. That set me up for every quarterly meeting that I had with the Deputy Attorney General going forward. I also reported to the Associate Attorney General. Actually, that was monthly. And again, finding out how to prepare for meetings and what's expected of you in the first meeting will save you so much time down the line. So please take time getting to know that. Get familiar, obviously.
You know, Simric, it's like she had to learn the entire thing from scratch because she wasn't qualified to actually hold the position she was in. It's weird like that.
With your office, who's your senior staff? What role do they play? Who responds directly to them?
Do your own research and ask questions. Exactly, TJ Durza. But don't ask too many questions or the wrong kinds of questions. And remember, even while you're doing your own research, make sure you don't think for yourself, okay? Because you're there to implement the policy of the president, the president's agenda.
It's really important to differentiate between senior executive service or SES employees and Schedule C or GS employees. Your senior executive service employees
use
are
Q
people
as
that
an official source.
You will want to identify for certain personnel reasons. Also know how long you, as a junior staff, as someone whose principal hasn't shown up, you can start to read executive orders. Make a book of executive orders that's prepared and ready for your principal upon arrival. So be proactive. If you show up, and even if your principal isn't there, find out everything.
Remember, consume as much conservative propaganda as possible and understand how your job works.
You can, and be ready to prepare them. And this, again, will save a tremendous amount of time, both for your principal, and it will get you up to speed very quickly on how your office works. Now, the next thing that you'll want to do is to meet with senior career staff, again, depending on your position in the office. I do recommend that when you first start to meet with careers as a time-saving measure, is to keep them.
It is really weird over the course of all these videos how they've normalized like a weird pejorative like us versus them term for like people who just work in the government like across administrations and aren't like politicized. And like that, yeah, the careers, all those people who, know things and how they work. The careers, those disgusting perverts.
Initial meetings to 20 to 30.
Yeah, knowing stuff is pretty anti-American. Watch out, pal. You think you know how the bureaucracy works? Why, that's something a communist would say. A Marxist communist.
30 minutes. And hold that boundary. Hold the meetings to that period of time. Ask your senior staff or the career staff that you're meeting with for the first time to be prepared to tell you their greatest priorities are about the most important project they are working on. This is a huge time save. I know that when you first arrived in the office,
all of these political hacks. And I'm not talking about the life tips.
Career staff wants to be very helpful, and they have a tremendous amount of expertise and understanding in their lane. You have to know about everything going on in the office. So they can monopolize your time trying to brief you on every single detail when you first walk in the door. Again, as a judge, I know that there is only so much information that any person can retain.
Oh my God! What? I'm sorry. You have to pay attention to what she just said.
On in the office, standing in their lane, you have to know about everything going on in the office, so they can monopolize your time trying to brief you on every single detail when you first walk in the door.
They can monopolize your time trying to brief you on every single detail when you first walk in the door.
Again, as a judge, I know that there is only so much information that any person can retain at any given time.
Look, I know you're all dipshits who can't understand if someone sits down and explains to you how the system works, okay? So don't let them monopolize your time by giving you helpful advice on how to make things happen in your workplace. She was a judge. Yeah. Then she was appointed by Donald Trump.
So you keep those meetings to 20 to 30 minutes. It's going to tell you about priority, who actually listens to direction and who doesn't. It's going to give you an out so you don't get stuck with this big weedy conversation. And at that point, you can then, as you go forward, start to increase times of meetings. In the first position I had, it was an 89-person office with about 68 full-time career staff. And I just met with every single person. I met with senior staff, obviously, for about 30 minutes apiece. And then I met with every other career federal staff person for 15 minutes. And it was an excellent, even though it took a couple of weeks, it was an excellent use of time. It told me so much about the office and quickly familiarized me with each person individually. And now the calendar. The calendar. So many people want to run away from the calendar. I want to say embrace the calendar because it's an extremely important tool.
It's been around for a few thousand years. I think it's proven itself as a valuable ally.
It is basically who gets in and out of the door. So there's a tremendous amount of power. There's also a lot of responsibility with the calendar. But the first thing I would say for anyone coming in is to limit access to your calendar. Do that.
Because you want to make sure that you're the only one who knows when the eclipses are happening and when the wheat harvest is due, okay? You need to make sure that information is extraordinarily valuable, okay? If that calendar info were to get out, the raiders could be at your doorstep come harvest season, and that is no good for anyone.
That on day one. This will save you
Eclipses
so
are
much
witchcraft.
time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Career staff will
You get it.
oftentimes, if they have access to your calendar, will put meetings on your calendar without your knowledge and will without necessarily the process for vetting that you've put in place. In my experience, I found career staff really took huge blocks of time on my calendar and would put meetings on with them in order to take up my entire day. So it was very difficult to get anything else completed. So you want to limit access to your top and trusted staff and have read-only access to senior staff who just needs to know where you are. Make sure you make it a policy that no meeting is put on the calendar without you or your political staff's approval. You want to be very flexible in your first month, open-minded, ready to pivot. Also, this is a big Washington, D.C. tip. Leave your house early. Schedule lots of time around meetings if they are out of the office. I was late to a meeting once. I left in what I thought was plenty of time, and I ended up being late to a really important senior meeting, and it's a mistake I will never forget. When my friends asked,
You'll never forget? Really? You'll be on your deathbed and you'll still remember being late to a meeting at work? That I hesitate to say this, but this is kind of a beta move. Very not alpha, let alone very not sigma.
asked me about what the transition was like from my home
And very, very far from sigma.
town to Washington, D.C., I said, everything's great, except I'm late all the time. And being someone who takes time management so seriously, that was just terrible. The traffic in Washington, D.C. is very tough. Ubers will take 6 to 10 minutes to get to you.
How close is it to Ligma? That's getting a bit far afield, but, still somewhere in the general ballpark.
For the worst. And make sure you leave enough time to get to where you need to be out of the office. The next tip we're going to talk about is effective communication. You will save so much time if you communicate your preferences, policies, and internal direction clearly from the beginning if you're a senior staff member, and ask questions if you are a junior staff member.
This one is correct. This is just correct. Effectively communicating your wants and desires and needs, will save you so much time in life. If you're struggling with dating, guys, just effectively communicate what you actually want. Just talk with the person you're interested in and be like, hello, I like you. Would you like to go out on a date? Oh, another hot tip, turn up the work on time. Yeah.
Remember, on some level, every single political appointee is junior to someone. In my case, it was to the Attorney General, his staff, the deputy.
Look, Gamer G, while that seems intuitive to us, Republicans do need to be reminded that honesty is, in fact, an effective time management tool.
Attorney General, his staff, and the associate and her staff. Cabinet secretaries are actually junior to the
what
president.
If they say no?
Everyone has a preferred.
Well, the other part of it, Uncle Gumbald, is just decoupling your self-worth from the interaction. If they say no, you can choose how you interpret them saying no. Instead of interpreting it as a rejection of your core entity and being, interpret it as, no, well, they're just not into it. They don't like the vibe. They don't like the shirt I'm wearing. That's fine. I like my shirt. I like who I am. I learned all of this my first week on the job. Well, Sam and Moose, I'm pretty sure they're banking on people who like have literally zero experience in any kind of thing. If they say no, time to die. Exactly. You got it.
Process to learn is the point. It's a true time saver to call their assistants or chiefs of staff to find out what their expectations are for their meetings, written presentations, or memos, and travel. If documents are being sent back and forth, they're in the incorrect format, you're going to waste a lot of time simply because of a format issue. So just find out how people want things. A meeting request at the White House has a very particular form. You can't just send an email to your friend who works over there. So you need to make sure the form.
I mean, at this point, serious question, why not? Right? Like the entire point of this is to destroy the bureaucratic system, is to gut the entire, like, way it functions, to undermine and subvert it in the name of like empowering a fascist dictator named Donald Trump. Like, that's the point of this. So like, why are you like, well, you can't just call up your friend at the White House and get something done that way? Why not? Explain to me why not. What are the actual mechanisms that are in place that would prevent you from doing that in a way that would be effective?
Form is filled out correctly. You really are wasting time to not find out about these processes. Remember also to inquire about process when a person moves their position. So what that means is if all of a sudden your supervisor or your superior changes, then you need to find.
You have to have some rules or you'd have anarchy like Antifa. True, silly me, hadn't considered it.
Find out how they like things done. It won't be the same as the person before them, most likely. If you routinely take half an hour for lunch, you will have to ask your assistant to schedule that time. If you want to go to your child's soccer game, get it on the schedule. If you get to work at 7 a.m. and want political staff there with you, communicate that need.
Okay, can I like put forward just an idea humbly, okay? Humbly. I don't believe that any of these people are showing up to work at 7 o'clock in the morning. I don't think that is true. I don't think these people wake up at 7 a.m. to go into work. Are you kidding me? Like they're coming in at 10 a.m. How on earth are you so busy that you're going into the office at 7 a.m. to work on this for Donald Trump? Your job there is to be as ineffective as possible while making the system you exist in. You know, that's like a 10 to 5 job. Okay? That's not a 7 to 6 job. That's not a 7 to 5 job. Come on.
So much time is wasted when staff are guessing what a principal wants. I spend so much time.
Yeah, but your wife does actual work, Lady Raincloud. These people's job are to be inept and destroy the system they work in. You know, like their job is literally to be bad at their job.
I'm rebooking my own travel one time because I did not effectively communicate my needs and preferences on my first trip. Lesson learned. Things move so fast in the administration. Effectively setting deadlines is imperative. You must then communicate the deadline. More on that when we talk about documents. Internal meetings is another topic to discuss with time management. Federal career employees are used to having a lot of meetings. When I saw the schedule of internal meetings with career staff that was set prior,
I said, mister, no more of these meetings. We're going to have one meeting a week with me.
Prior to my arrival, I wondered how I would ever get the president's priorities implemented. Set regular meetings for no more than 45 minutes with senior staff on a regular basis. I found that 2 times per month was reasonable. To prepare for meetings and ensure everyone is ready, junior staff can pull together an agenda. Meetings should always be forward-looking. How is your office advancing the presidential agenda? How are they implementing the president's priorities?
Have you told the president how big his dick is today?
If a topic is raised which starts to monopolize the time, set that topic aside and schedule a separate, maybe 15-minute meeting for the staff who are interested.
Omega Star, thank you for the 100 biddies over on Twitch. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you.
If stakeholders or other people from outside the government are coming in for a meeting, be sure there's a thorough vet of the individuals and their organization. This will enable the meeting to be focused on the issue at hand, not holding endless get-to-know-you kind of conversations. Career staff will try to place their favorite groups or stakeholders on your calendar. Be sure those groups are thoroughly vetted, and the staff responsible can explain why this meeting is vital to your day, to the president's agenda, before recommending it to your principal or putting it on the calendar. Prepare, prepare, prepare. Internal meetings with senior officials are a priority. If the cabinet secretary or deputy secretary wants to schedule a meeting, that takes priority over the rest of your schedule, which can mean—
That's right. You drop everything when the Führer calls, okay? When he calls, you drop everything and you run. You run right into his manly bosom, his manly pape, okay? You run right into it and just nestle in there, okay? For he alone can fix it.
Again, a quick adjustment of a calendar. A meeting at the White House is obviously a priority as well, and is something I hope every one of you politicals get the opportunity to do, to attend. While you're over there, make sure that you do take some time to soak in the history and beauty of the EEOB or the West Wing, depending on where your meeting is.
What do these meetings exist for? Well, in their conception, the meetings exist for dissolving the bureaucratic mechanisms.
Meet with some friends, or maybe even go thank the PPO staff who spent so much time and energy onboarding you. That being said, know that most meetings at the White House are at the staff level, start right on time and end exactly when they are scheduled to end. If someone is mid-sentence, I was in many meetings where this happened, at 2 p.m. and the meeting is scheduled to end at 2 p.m., people will just stand up and walk out. This is because they are so booked back to back with meetings that they have to stay on schedule. We simply have so much to do in order to have the country that we all desire and want. And only potentially 4 years to get it done. So don't take that personally. And if you are going to speak in a meeting, make sure it's done succinctly and it is a good use of everyone's time. Now we'll talk about external meetings. If you are—
Oh my God, I forgot there's a second category of meeting that she wanted to talk about. Oh my God, this is my personal hell.
Are headed to a different agency, the same vetting rules apply to your internal meetings. Know who you are meeting with, get their bio, and what their office does.
Like, are you serious? You have to tell people that you need to know who you're meeting with? That you need to understand what their role and function is? This isn't rocket science. You should... The people you are putting in there should already know these things. Come on.
Does. Make sure you know who's going to be in the meeting and what...
This is the most basic... Like, the most basic of not even, like, bureaucracies within the government. Just basic workplace knowledge.
Topics are going to be discussed so you can be prepared and not waste anyone's time. Conferences. Now, you will be invited to a lot of conferences. Career staff usually encourages you to get out of the office and go to conferences. It is very important to take these opportunities to highlight the great work of the president and
Look, okay, the president needs some ego stroking from time to time, and if you can go out there into the world and stroke his ego to completion, like, he'll appreciate it.
our agenda. Most of you will not have the time to stay for the entire conference. Of course, if your principal believes that for some reason you need to be there, then by all means, if you are invited.
Who gets these Project 2025 training videos? The people who sign up to be part of the, to be like in the pool of appointees that Project 2025 would draw on should Donald Trump win. Right? Like, these videos are intended for people who signed up for the Heritage Foundation program, were vetted, and put into the pool of standing folks who want to be part of, you know, unraveling democracy in America.
To speak, show up an hour or so before, have a meeting with your host, give your speech, take some time to thank the host, talk with some people after, and leave. However, because you've traveled to this conference and you're somewhere else in the United States, be sure to research and see if if there are agency-funded programs or grant recipients in the area. Set up as many meetings as possible with grant recipients and agency programs as you can. This is a very worthwhile use of your time. You are serving these people and the people of this country.
You might have second thoughts about this, about how worthwhile the things you're doing are, but don't think about it too much. Shh. You're very valuable to us. Shh. Well, you alive the first chance we get. Shh. Wait, what? Oops.
And by seeing their successes, instead of always meeting in Washington, D.C., is a great use of your time. For instance, I always made a meeting with the U.S. Attorney in the area where I was speaking, and multiple grant programs as well. One thing to remember, even though not everyone that you're going to meet with agrees with your policies, do not let that deter you from making these visits. Speaking to organizations, associations, and grant recipients may be one of the most important parts of your job, which is letting people know what's actually happening with the president's agenda. Now, Congress. Your visits to Congress will usually be set up through your Office of Legislative Affairs. Your time commitment is really preparation. You need to know everything.
Oh, really? Do you need to be prepared to talk to Congress? Is that what you need to do? You need to know what you're going to say if you're going to talk to one of the main governing bodies of in the United States. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You need to know what you're going to say. You can't just pull that shit out of your ass. Huh. Weird.
About your office, the topic that your representative wants to discuss or the staff people want to discuss, your appropriations. Every level of political should be involved in the preparation for these meetings. And our final topic today is document review. Finally, after all of this, the internal meetings, the external meetings, the political...
Oh, should you review the documents that you're putting out there? What a novel concept.
The White House, the rescheduling, all the things that we've already talked about. Now we're going to talk about the paper. You will never receive as many emails as you will in the federal government. On top of all the emails are all the policy documents, rules, proposed rules, grant applications, internal documents, external guidance that needs to be reviewed and edited. Reviewing and editing documents for external release and internal use is perhaps the most important task you will have while in the administration. Documents must be edited so they are precisely in line with the president's agenda.
And remember, if you're quoting one of the sections from his Truth Social posts, remember, everything must be capitalized.
Familiarize yourself with every executive order that is executed and use those orders as your guidance for all.
Wait, chat, you know what it means. If you need to have excellent, an excellent command over the English language and have top-tier communication abilities, you're going to have to use all the parts of speech, which includes...
fucking pronouns!
Crazy stuff. Woke Trump administration.
All document review. I know it's already been a long day. You had back-to-back meetings from breakfast.
Girl,
it's already 7 p.m.
Girl, you don't even know how long of a day I've had, okay? You don't even know.
Now is a great time to tackle some documents. Planes are also quite a good time to catch up as well. Remember, if a document is hung up with you, you are literally stopping the president's agenda from moving forward. My friends, weekends and nights may be a thing of the past for your time while you are in the administration. Just remember, every single minute counts, and every single minute is worth it. Enjoy this precious time. It will be the best, most special time of your professional life.
That's really sad. Like the best and most special time of your professional life is going to be lying to cover Donald Trump's ass. That seems really not fun.
There is nothing like serving your president.
There's nothing like getting down on your knees, holding up your hands in supplication, and serving your president. Amazing, amazingly cucked energy. It really is incredible, isn't it? Now, folks, I am extraordinarily tired. And I don't think I've got the juice in me for another one of these. So, I think I'm going to toss in the towel. I'm going to go try and get some sleep. I have to put my sheets in the dryer, but the whole thing. That being said, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping some subs or donos because this show runs on contributions from viewers like you. I could not do it without you fine folks. And also just want to throw out there, like, these are insane. You know, like, it is truly, like taking a moment here. This is like just a straight up normalized plan to kill democracy. Put out into the world, and people are acting like this is another, just another election cycle, everything business as usual. Insane stuff. And I do also want to say I will be live tomorrow morning at around noon Central Time. I'll be doing a show with Nekosuris. We're going to be reacting to some content together. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. So tune in for that. It's going to be a much earlier stream than usual. Come and support me during the daylight hours. And we'll also probably, after that is done, I'll probably hop off for a bit. But tomorrow night we'll probably be live as well. I don't know who that is. What time again? Noon Central Time. Gilbertus Maximus, Surus is a good dude. He was one of the lefty content creators who showed up in New York for Jamal Bowman. And that makes him a good egg in my book. Plus, he's just a right gentleman. Will it be streamed on YouTube? Yes. Yeah, Surus is a good egg. You're a working fiend. You work so much. Jobertus Maximus, so much. It's honestly silly. So if anyone wants to oil up this streamer, oil, I wouldn't say no. But if not, we'll check back to see how folks are doing tomorrow. And with that, I think I'm just gonna end the stream. We've been going for like 3 hours. What is your day job? I don't have a day job. This is my job. This is my full-time job. I've been able to make this work as a full-time career. For like the last 3 or 4 years. Thanks to folks like you guys. I'm not very big, but I recently made the pivot to YouTube, and YouTube's been a lot easier at growing than Twitch. Whew. All right. I'm hopping off. You're awesome sauce, though. Hey, we've been growing real fast over on YouTube. In the last month or so, we've gotten almost 1,000 subscribers, and we're closing in at 7K subscribers. I'm hoping by the end of the year we'll have 10K. We'll see. We need some chat mega donors. It's true. Where's Sake Tanuki? Bring me Sake Tanuki. Anyway. Heck off, Kami. Good night, everybody. I'm very sleepy. I am sleep. Good night, folks. I'm just gonna end stream. We're not gonna raid into anybody. I'm sorry. I'm too tired to figure it out. Good night.
Casino where the whiskey's running dry. I met a woman named Jack with a fire in her eye. She had cards in her hand and a look of pure control. They said she's got the devil's look, taking hearts and souls. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. Now Riverboat Jack, she's a legend on the rise. With every hand she dealt, another fool met their demise. She smiled that wicked smile, and you'd think she was your friend. But once the chips were down, your luck would need its end. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. They say she's got no mercy, she don't play by the rules, but still you'll chase her shadow like all the other fools. Her heart is cold as steel, but she's got you in her grip. The queen of hearts, the ace of spades, she's sinking every ship. You gotta know when to bet 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to stay away when you feel the burn. She'll take all your money, leave you broken, lonely. There ain't no second chances, girl, when it's her turn. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack. So if you see Riverboat Jack and the lights are shining bright, best keep your wits about you or you're losing every fight. She's a heartbreaker, a gambler, and she's never looking back. When the river calls your name, you'll be chasing Riverboat Jack.